Nothing is more telling about the game of baseball as the smiles on the faces and the expressions on and off the field. Signs of success are never hard to decipher, and last night was a crystal clear image of a team that was feeling confident and productive on the diamonds. It's old home week for Bob McClure, getting a chance to catch up with Rollie Fingers, probably talking about the '82 World Series where Bob saved a couple of games. That's normally Rollie Fingers' role, so they catch up before tonight's ball game, and the fans roll in, hoping for another Phillies victory. It's game 2 of this 3-game series between the Phils and the Milwaukee Brewers. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Ben Davis. We get set for Game 2, and we hope that we get set for the continued emergence of Maikel Franco once again. Last night, a multi-home run game. He also had 3 hits, and Pete Mackanin said before the game he thinks that's an indication that we're going to see something special moving forward from Maikel.
Hopefully this can trigger something coming out of Maikel. If this offense really is going to do anything, it's going to begin with Maikel Franco. He is that good. He can be that dominant in a lineup and really change the complexity of a game. Take a look at these numbers. First 8 games, he was on fire. A lot of damage. The next 7 games, not so much.
Well, and you talk about those first 8 games, that's a carryover from spring training where he was getting himself in very good counts, and he was also settling and going after good pitches. Last night, he said he was looking the opposite way, and that helped him pull these 3 baseballs.
Yeah, the first one, I love to see it. It was off speed. Yes, he broke his bat, but he went down and got it. This is first of 2 home runs. The extension, which you alluded to last night, the extension is what creates the backspin on the baseball. He got a ton of extension and got a ton of backspin. That's why the ball carried as far as it did. Love to see that out of Maikel.
Second home run went over 420 feet here at Miller Park. And with Phillies hope, we'll see it again tonight in game number 2. So the Phils looking for a chance to get to the 500 mark. They'll have the baseball in the hands of Charlie Morton. Chase Anderson, over from the Arizona Diamondbacks, will be making his 4th start of the season for the Milwaukee Brewers. Well, how about Charlie Morton? It's been kind of a renaissance for him in a Phillies uniform. He's not just throwing that sinker. He's adding some of the other pitches. We'll talk about him when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By Toyota. Toyota's hybrid fleet is nothing short of a home run. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. By Citizens Bank. The next time you have a question about money, don't keep it to yourself. Ask a citizen. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of the Phils. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. left and Chase Anderson to the right. Those are the starting pitchers for tonight's ball game between the Phils and the Milwaukee Brewers. The Phillies took game 1, looking to make it 2 in a row against Milwaukee. Well, one thing about Charlie Morton the last couple of outings, he seems to have found his location. I asked him, what do you prefer? Do you prefer a catcher to set up on the inside or the outside part of the plate? He goes, honestly, I really don't care. He said, my concern is to get that movement down in the zone, and his ground ball rate is up this year.
When you have that much movement on a pitch, you just really want the catcher to sit up down the middle. Let the movement of your pitch really dictate how you're going to get guys out and get those ground balls. But the first start was a bit bumpy. It wasn't as bad. I think the numbers portrayed. He did give up that 3-run homer in Cincinnati to Jay Bruce, but since then he has been dominant and he's been really toying with some of the hitters.
And remember, the first start, the issue was, and he even said this, was his ability to work from the stretch position. Now in this outing against the Nationals, he could have gone deeper than 6 innings. The Phillies wound up winning this one 3-2. He actually said, yeah, I definitely could have gone deeper because I felt like I was getting stronger as the game went on.
There were a couple swings where these Nats hitters were just not even seeing the baseball. Some very ugly swings, but you take that ground ball all day long. That's what he wants you to do. Ground chuck. But here, Bryce Harper right on it. Jason Worth couldn't have missed that by any more than 3 or 4 feet, Tom.
Well, and that curveball that you just saw to Harper and to Jason Worth, both to the lefty and the righty, that has been one of the keys to his success so far in 2016. Hugs for everybody as we get started with the ball game between the Brewers and the Phils. Lineups at first pitch when we return. But as our buddy Matt Gelb tweeted out about an hour ago, the roof is closed because it's still winter here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The temperatures are dropping as the day has moved on. The Phillies, after their comfortable win last night, looking to make it 2 in a row. Ryan Howard chatting up with Andres Blanco, Cesar Hernandez, and Carlos Ruiz. All 3 are in the lineup tonight for Pete Mackanin. He also is batting the pitcher 8th again because they've won the 2 games so far where the pitcher has batted 8th. So he's not going to change that up, but he has changed up a lot of his lineup, trying to get some at-bats for a handful of different guys who don't normally get ABs or haven't consistently gotten ABs. The Brewers are now taking the field. Jonathan Lucroy leads them out. And that'll break up the umpires for tonight's ball game. Let's take a look at Pete's lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity. The new Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Herrera, Galvis, and Franco, followed by Ryan Howard, Darren Ruff, and Carlos Ruiz. The bottom third of Tyler Goodell, Charlie Morton, who bats 8th, and then Cesar Hernandez, who will bat 9th. 28-year-old right-hander Chase Anderson out of Wichita Falls, Texas, is just now beginning his warm-up tosses. His numbers in 3 starts, 1-1 with an ERA of 2.25. Now, you look at the right-handers against Chase Anderson. That has been a key. Even though his numbers are decent overall, his last time out, he did give up some runs against the Minnesota Twins. He gave up 11 hits and 5 runs in 6 innings of work in a 7-4 loss. As we take a look at the scouting report on Chase Anderson, 90-93, he's a 4-pitch pitcher.
not so good against these fighting Phils, and the way they swung the bats last night, hopefully they can keep that going. But he has improved over last year in the sense that he's throwing more breaking balls, and we'll take a look at that a little later in the game.
Yeah, 9-7 a year ago, 4.01 ERA, or excuse me, 9-7 2 years ago, 6-6 with an ERA of 4.30 last year. Well, we take a look at the pitch usage for Chase Anderson this year compared to last year. So he is mixing up his other pitches. You know, the cutter he threw 1% of the time in 2015. They are forcing him to throw it more. They're forcing him to throw the curveball more and the changeup less. I think they prefer to have the fastball closer to 50%, but when you are a 4-pitch pitcher, you need to use all 4 of those pitches.
You do, and I think they want him to work in that cutter more, just to work out that outside part of the plate. Maybe he struggled with that fastball, and I think that cutter will get him to that outer third a little bit better.
All right, so we're ready to roll. Chase Anderson is writing his dad's initials, his late father's initials, into the back of the mound as he steps to the top of the hill. He does that prior to each and every start. Odubel Herrera is ready to go. Odubel was 1 for 5 in last night's ball game. He has stretched his on-base streak to 14 consecutive games. His average, though, sitting at 250 with a home run and 6 runs batted in. First pitch of the night taken low, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Odubel's hit in 4 consecutive games. His 15 walks is tied for the major league lead with Jose Bautista. Pitch is low again, 2 balls and no strikes. Fastball, and it's 2-1. Odubel's been much more aggressive in the leadoff spot, although it does look like he's a little more patient in this AB. He'll be followed by Freddie Galvis and Maikel Franco. Outside with a changeup, and it's 3-1. Chase Anderson is a former 9th-round pick of the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2009. He was also selected by the Minnesota Twins twice before eventually signing with the D-backs. Drafted out of high school by Minnesota, then drafted out of junior college by Minnesota. Decided not to sign either time.
Good 3-1 swing there. You might think, you know, you're a leadoff guy. You want to see some pitches get on base. But that's a good pitch for Odubel to drive. So I have no problem with him taking a good pass at it.
See if he gets that same pitch here, 3-2. Took something off it, and then he fouls it away. Time now for our Nissan keys to tonight's ball game.
Well, first and foremost, Charlie needs to be aggressive early in counts. This is a ball club that's not that great offensively, so get early outs, and their Odubel balance his patience and his aggressiveness.
Which is what he seemingly has done here tonight in this first AB. Again, 3 balls and 2 strikes to him. And he hits that one foul over the third base dugout, and he wasn't happy that he missed that pitch. He let it be known. Oh, yeah. He got a little long, I guess, with that.
He did get a little long, and I think his bat was more on an upward plane, more down and through the ball.
Change up outside, ball 4. So he's reached base safely in 15 straight games. Pete jokingly said the other day, he goes, I don't think I've ever seen anybody clap as much as he does after he walks. He goes, I like to see that.
It's a good start for the Phillies. That's pretty much the ideal at bat for a leadoff hitter right there.
Yeah, he wound up seeing 8 pitches and working out the walk. Here's Freddie Galvis. Galvis has hit in 7 straight. He had 1 hit in last night's ball game. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is David Preston of Cherry Hill. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, and David will win $100.
Good luck, David.
By the way, did you hit your knee again on the table?
I
did.
Fly ball, shallow right center field. Long run in for Alex Presley. Backing up is Jeanette, and Presley makes the catch. That'll bring Maikel Franco to the plate. It's time now for our Cadillac home run replay.
Was able to get a couple last night. This one on the first curveball. Drove it out to left field. Good extension. And then this one to left center. This was a bomb. Second of 2 home runs on the evening and 3 hits for your home run replay presented by Cadillac.
Yeah, visit your local Cadillac dealer for attractive lease and finance offers. Second multi-home run game of his career. Ironically, the last one came in a game that Chris Capuano pitched and gave up a home run. Capuano was one of the guys who gave it up last night. Last year on June 22nd against the Yankees is when Franco had a 2 home run game. Odubel creeps off first. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes to Maikel. That 3-run inning the Phillies had last night, in which they took control of the game, the 5th inning. You know, it's the first time this year that they had a 3-run inning. Isn't that remarkable?
It was nice filling in all those little squares.
It really was. At the knees, according to the home plate umpire Carlos Torres. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Franco. It's also the first time in a 9-inning game the Phillies reached double digits in hits. They had done so the night before, the game before, in extra innings. Good pitch to hit. Odubel fouls it back. And it's now 1-2. Prior to last night, Maikel was 3 for 29. That's why getting the 3 hits was such a big deal for him. After working on all those things during the course of the day.
See, they've made a concerted effort to work Maikel inside. See if they can tie him up a little bit. You better get it in there if you want to tie him up.
That's Zach Davies, who pitched last night. He said, I ran into trouble in the 5th. Other than that, I probably took a half step forward in my development.
Half a step.
Half a step. Not a full step. In the dirt, 2-2. Anderson's a pretty deliberate guy, particularly when there's runners on base. At least that was the scattering report on him when he was pitching for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Good thing we started an hour earlier.
Excellent point on your part. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Franco. He goes. Pitch is fouled away, or Herrera goes, I should say. Toyota Major League Scoreboard, the Nationals defeated the Twins 2-0. Tanner Roark picked up his 2nd win. He had 15 strikeouts in 7 innings today. In fact, he had 12 strikeouts in the first 5 innings. Ryan Zimmerman had the 2 RBIs. He was 2 for 3. Jonathan Papelbon came on to close out the ball game for the Nats, who now lead the Phillies by 5 and the Mets by 4 in the National League East. Last night, 7 innings, 4 hits and 1 run. He did only one thing wrong last night. 7 strikeouts.
Which
Inside,
was
3-2. Well, he missed a sign.
Yes.
He missed a hit and run. And David Lowe was thrown out trying to steal. Aaron was trying to bunt. He said after it was over with, Cameron Rupp told me this day, he said, I was just surprised that he gave me the hit and run. Bench is off first. He goes. And the pitch is fouled again. Boy, there are some lengthy at-bats against Chase Anderson.
Pitch count at 15. 8 strikes and 7 balls thus far.
There goes Herrera again. The pitch is lined to center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Herrera's on his way to third. The throw by Neuenhuis is cut off. And the Phillies have runners on first and third with 1 man down.
Ball was peppered.
Sure was. I wondered if Herrera was going to hold up just for a moment, make sure that ball wasn't going to be caught, because I didn't know if it was going to hang in the air or not, but he saw it.
It was a very good read on Odubel's part, because I thought he hit it too hard. If there ever is such a thing. Well, this ball is smoked. But it does get down, and that's a very good read by Odubel.
Oh yeah, he did slow down a little bit.
Slight hesitation.
Yeah. He would have been in trouble though if he caught it, because he was already up the second base bag. So now runners on first and third with Ryan Howard at the plate. Howard 1 for 4 in last night's game. He actually hit another ball in the fence in center field that was tracked down. This is the perfect setup though for him, as we've talked about, because runners on the corners, they cannot align the right side the way they normally would for Ryan Howard. I mean, this is as traditional as you're going to find for Ryan.
Yes.
Let's see if he can take advantage of it. Up and in, 1-1.
Such a huge factor to be able to get there. You look at those numbers with man on third, less than 2 outs.
Threw him a changeup and he rolled it, and it's 1-2.
Gonna get another one.
Odubel walks off third in the dirt. Lucroy keeps it in front, 2-2. Shortstop Jonathan Villar is coming in. I think he's just telling him not to worry about Odubel Herrera over third base. I think Odubel's thinking Jacoby Ellsbury here with the lefty up.
I watched that when he stole home last night. It wasn't like it was the best of jumps.
I agree. Herrera keeps walking off third, outside, 3-2. Well, Joe Girardi today, before the ball game, said it's a risky play. When it works, you feel fortunate. The preference is you don't want a guy to do it with 2 outs and 2 strikes. 1 out is a little different story. So he wasn't overly happy about it. 3-2 pitch to Howard, and he lifts it in the air. Third base side, foul territory. Colin Walsh is under it, and he makes the catch. 2 outs. So Howard's retired, and that'll bring Darren Ruff to the plate.
Chase Anderson already with 3 full counts of the first 4 batters.
Well, you look at the pitch count, 22 pitches so far. Don't want to let him off the hook here.
Yeah, hopefully Darren can pick up Ryan here and drive a run, maybe 3 in.
Lucroy makes sure he blocks that one. But it's 1-0. splits on Chase Anderson. 11 balls, 12 strikes.
Deliberate, huh, Tom?
Very deliberate. Lucroy now out to talk to him.
He must know of a 24-hour diner somewhere.
You catchers, you got to speed your pitchers up here. Play, and it's 2-1. A 90-mile-an-hour fastball that he fouls off. Umpires for tonight's ball game: Carlos Torres is the home plate umpire. Jim Wolf is at first. Sam Holbrook's at second base. Rob Drake is at third. Carlos Torres is the second Venezuelan-born umpire in Major League Baseball. First one is Manny Gonzalez, who's been up and in the big leagues for 5 years. So Major League Baseball now has an umpire who was born in Cuba with Angel Hernandez, 2 umpires born in Venezuela, and another umpire born in the Dominican Republic who made his debut just the other day, Ramon de Jesus. So the game is not only broadening as far as the players go, but also broadening as far as the umpires go. Balls, 1 strike. Swing and a miss, 3-2.
With a 3-1 change up there. Darren had a very good pass at the 2-0 pitch, which he fouled off.
Bronco will be off and running on the pitch with a count 3-2 with 2 men down. He goes, and the pitch is low, ball 4. That'll load up the bases. Second walk issued by Anderson. And it'll bring Carlos Ruiz to the plate.
Doubled up on the changeups. Fish ain't biting.
Carlos hitting .269, a couple home runs, 3 runs batted in. Off the glove of Lucroy.
That was a cross-up.
I would think so. He's immediately going out to the mound.
That's a cross-up. I thought you said we're going outs +2. No, outs +1. No, it's sign after 2. Shake first. What?
One ball, no strikes. Now he's going to go from the windup, and the ball is hit out to right field. Under it is Alex Presley, and the Phillies have let Chase Anderson off the hook here in the first inning, despite the fact that he used a boatload of pitches, 29 in all. Phillies leave him loaded. We'll go to the bottom of the first in a scoreless game. No score between the Phils and the Brewers. Let's take a look at the lineup for the Brewers, brought to you by Xfinity. The new Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Jonathan Villar leads it off at shortstop, then Scooter Gennett and Ryan Braun. Jonathan Lucroy bats cleanup. Chris Carter hits fifth. Kirk Neuenheisel bats sixth. In the bottom third of Colin Walsh, Alex Presley, and Chase Anderson. The pitcher is back in the number 9 spot, and they will face right-hander Charlie Morton, 1-1 with an ERA of 3.86. Well, we've kind of learned a lot about Charlie Morton, but you can throw away some of the stuff from last year, Ben, because we're establishing a new scouting report because he's throwing his curveball so much more.
He is throwing that a lot more, and he's got that velocity on his fastball, where he's sitting at 94.3 as we take a look at the scouting report. 4-pitch pitcher using that big curveball, getting a lot of outs with it.
First batter is Jonathan Villar, and he delivers a strike to him. It's 0-1. Villar, who batted at the bottom of the order yesterday, batting leadoff, 0 for 3 with a walk in yesterday's game. Another strike, and it's 0-2. Way inside, 1-2.
Goes with the cutter there. Try to get that one up and in on VR.
Swing and a miss. And there's one away. First strikeout for Charlie Morton. What was that? Was that a cutter?
That was a breaking ball. He just threw it really hard. Good curveball.
That looks so different than the other curveballs that we've seen him throw.
That had more 12-6 motion on it than that sweeping motion.
All right, so the last 2 starts for Charlie Morton, his curveball 28% of the time, and that's a huge increase. Huge increase from last year.
He still wants to make sure he uses that fastball. He said this offseason was one of the first ones he had in a long time. He was completely healthy, and he has a lot of velocity right now. He says he's not accustomed to it because he's been hampered by various injuries, and that velocity's up, and it's tough.
He has 17 strikeouts, and 10 of the strikeouts have come as that ball is grounded through the right side, a base hit for Scooter Gennett. 10 of the strikeouts have come on the curveball. So a base runner, that'll bring Ryan Braun to the plate. Braun has some good numbers against Charlie Morton. He's 8 for 23 lifetime against him. Braun has battled a lot of injuries during the course of his career. His most recent one was a back injury that required surgery this past off season.
Good numbers against Morton. 8 for 23 with a homer. He's faced him so much, being in the same league. NL Central.
There's a strike, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, it was a strike.
Breaking ball outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
But my knee twice, Tom. I'm a little ornery right now. I'm not going to lie. I don't think I'm going to have to go on the DL, but I'll make it through.
We'll see if we can get you a knee brace downstairs, a little bit of padding on it. Murph is in earshot of Scott Sheridan, the Phillies athletic trainer. Scooter Gennett, who has not stolen a bag this year, is drawing some attention over at first base. That was a good looking pitch right there, a little inside, and it's 2-1. 94 in the fastball. Ben mentioned it before. His average velocity on his fastball is just a hair under 95.
Charlie also said he switched conditioning programs this off season.
Over toward the hole and just past Galvis into left field. That happened last night where Freddie was shaded toward the middle looking to turn 2, and it opened up the hole obviously on that side. And that puts first and second on board with Jonathan Lucroy coming up.
Yeah, this is a very quick infield.
I have to admit, looking at it from our distance, it looks thick, lush, and you would think it would be slower.
But it's quick.
It is fast. Now, whereas Ryan Braun had good numbers against Charlie Morton, Jonathan Lucroy does not. Overall, Morton is 4-7 against the Brewers. His numbers last year, though, were much better than the previous year. Lucroy takes a fastball a little tight. Tonight's ball game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television and change the language through the menu on your cable box.
See.
Murph looks like he was hiding down in the dugout.
It does.
It's like a puppet. His head just popped up. There's his fastball for a strike, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
That pitch at 95.
Snaps the ball back from Carlos Ruiz. Carlos was behind the plate the last time Charlie caught. Just gave him a show of encouragement. I think Carlos thought that was a pretty good pitch. I think Morton did too. But the young umpire behind the plate did not. So now it's 3-1 to Lucroy. There's a strike of the outside corner, 3-2. Line drive over the glove of Cesar Hernandez. Tyler Dell has it, rounding third, heading for him is Jeanette. The throw goes to second base, and it's 1-0 Milwaukee. Jonathan Lucroy has now hit in 8 consecutive games. Off the bat, I thought Cesar was going to catch that ball. Just kept on rising.
Just kept climbing a little bit and out of the reach of Cesar Hernandez there at second base. Nice short swing there. It almost looked like it just got by him faster than he could get his glove up. I don't think it was that much over his head.
So 1-0 Milwaukee. The Brewers took the lead in last night's game. At a breaking ball that swings outside. It's 1-0. Carlos will take the baseball right out to the mound. Phillies are hoping for a ground ball here from Charlie Morton, who is indeed a ground ball pitcher. In fact, his ground ball rate is better this year than even last year. And he's been one of the best in the game. Ground ball rate is at 63%. Last year it was at 51%. Fastball at the knees, and it's 1-1 to Chris Carter. Carter is also the team leader in grounding into double plays. He has 3 in the early part of the season. You see the distribution of outs mostly on the ground. At a play, and it's 1-2.
Definitely trying to establish that fastball.
Neither one of these pitchers have come out of the chute with a crisp piece of location.
No.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Just look at the last 2 pitches. You have the hitter on his heels. So on the defensive. What you want to do in these situations, make competitive pitches. The 0-2 wasn't competitive. That one definitely not competitive pitch. And Carter doesn't even have to offer it either one. They were so far out of the strike zone.
Which is seen this year. You see the splits between fastball and off-speed pitch. Gets a fastball there and he misses it. And Charlie Morton picks up his 2nd strikeout of the inning. 2 away. Well, that's a challenge right there.
Yes, it is. That's the old Bayou ball. That one just seemed like he had a lot easier release on the baseball. The placement was perfect. Didn't try and overpower the baseball.
Heiss takes inside, has to do a little dancing on that one. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Heiss makes the Brewers as an extra man, an extra outfielder this year, hitting just 200. Speed pitch, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
I'd like to see that change up, get back in the count. Those folks in left field need sunglasses. I just happened to look out there.
Maybe some sunblock.
Whew. Getting their vitamin D out there.
They're liking it there. Got to be in the sun today. A little crisp outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Heiss. On the inside corner with a fastball. It's 2-2.
This is where you need to make it happen, right here. 2-2 pitch. You make your pitch right here. Be aggressive with it. Have conviction with it. You don't go to full count. You have runners in motion with 2 outs. That's what you don't want.
Well, there you go. It's now going to be 3-2 with 2 men down. The runners will indeed be off. First base is Luke Roy. Second base is Ryan Braun. Three-two pitch. Line foul. And it remains 3-2.
3 consecutive full counts for these Brewers.
Well,
Charlie Morton.
Yeah, kind of the same storyline as the top of the first inning. Phillies could not capitalize. The Brewers have. They've gotten a run. Combined, this will be the 60th pitch between the two pitchers. This one coming up. Runners go. Pitch is swung on and missed. He got it with a changeup. He strikes out the side, but the Brewers do strike first. They get a run on 3 base hits. They leave 2. We'll head to the second. It's 1-0 Milwaukee. As we go to the top of the second inning, the Phillies playing from behind once again. They'll have Tyler Goodell, Charlie Morton, and Cesar Hernandez coming to the plate against right-hander Chase Anderson. Well, Murph, Tyler Goodell is hoping to utilize at least 3 or 4 at-bats tonight to slow the game down a little bit.
Yeah, that is certainly what he is thinking as he heads into this game. You know, he's had only 16 at-bats through the first 18 games that the Phillies have played. He has 1 hit to show for it. And, you know, for a guy that's never played above the Double-A level, that's a difficult process to kind of go through. You know, I had a chance to talk with him today, and Pete Buchanan said to me today, he just really wants to get him some at-bats, and it's a bonus the fact that righties are batting .341 against Chase Anderson, so we'll put him in there today. But I talked to Tyler about the process of trying to get ready when you don't get a chance to play every day. He said, you know, he's just trying he goes back and hits in the cages 3 times during the game just to kind of stay sharp in case his number gets called later in the game. And he's beginning to watch a lot of video. That's something that minor leaguers really don't have an opportunity to do like they do in the major league. So he's sitting, watching what the pitchers are doing, hoping to get that opportunity. But at the end of the day, it's all about repetition. It's all about getting a chance and getting the confidence built up, knowing that he can play at this level. Pete feels very confident that he can. He just has to give him a chance.
3 balls and 1 strike to him, and he takes a strike. It's 3-2. Yeah, Pete talks about the fastball. That, you know, that's the part of the game that is giving Tyler trouble right now. Is just catching up to the big league fastball. But he did say, so listen, he played in Double-A, and we've talked about this. Played in Double-A last year. These are pretty good pitchers in Double-A.
Yes.
It's not a huge jump from Double-A to the big leagues.
Not velocity-wise. I don't believe so. There's a lot of guys that can rush it up there in Double-A. But the fastball is going to pick up speed when you don't get those at-bats, when you don't see pitches.
3-2 pitch is fouled again. So another 3-2 pitch from Chase Anderson coming. So those are the numbers last year in Montgomery in Double-A. And those are good numbers, throwing his stolen bases, and he had himself a solid year. It's part of the reason why he was the Rule 5 pick by the Phils. Chopped back toward the middle. That's a base hit, so he's aboard to lead off this second inning. That's just his second hit, so he's 2 for 17.
It does 2 things. 1, it puts some speed on the bases. Actually 3 things. 2, it gives him a little bit more confidence going into the next at bat. And 3, it gives Charlie Morton an opportunity to sacrifice him up to second base.
Colin Walsh comes creeping in at third base and on the grass. And Morton bunts it foul. 0-1.
Seen a couple pitchers, and I put this on the catcher as well, call for a lot of off-speed pitches when you know it's a definite bunting situation. Hardest pitch to bunt is a fastball because of the velocity and deadening the ball, getting it down on the grass. If it's slower, it's just flat out easier to bunt.
He jabbed at it, and it's 0-2.
You have a breaking ball or a changeup, odds are it's already moving downward. Easier to just bunt it into the ground.
Think he's going to give him a third chance here?
Have to.
And he bunts it back toward the mound. Off the hill is Anderson. He goes to second for 1. And Charlie Morton fell down going up the first base line. And hopefully he's okay.
Oh boy.
Boy, he took a heck of a spill. Sean McCasney is trotting out, the Phillies athletic trainer. Pete Buchanan's walking out as well. He took an unbelievable spill on the open field.
I don't know if he got caught up watching the play in front of him. Looked like his knee hyperextended.
Oh my goodness, yes it did. Yep, he's being helped off the field as we speak. That's exactly what it looked like. So Mickey Morandini, who's banged up himself, and Sean McCasney are helping Charlie Morton off the field. The Phillies are going to have to go to the bullpen early here. Brett Oberholzer is already warming up. It'll go down as a 1-6-3 double play.
Man, this is the last thing he wanted to see. And it almost looked like he did it twice, Tom. He did it initially, then when he landed again,
yeah,
he looked like he hyperextended it again.
It's one of those where I'm sure he felt it and he thought, well, that couldn't be it, and he just kept taking the strides forward. So Oberholzer's loosening up. Here's Cesar Hernandez, who takes a pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. Cesar hitting .241. He was 1 for 4 in last night's ball game. Rounds out to first. Big hop for Chris Carter. And the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left. We'll move to the bottom of the second. It's 1-0 Milwaukee. New pitcher coming in for the Phils. Park, where the Phils trail at 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the second inning, and Brett Oberholzer is going to take over on the mound. He has completed his warm-up tosses. He was able to get as many warm-ups as he wanted to. He had been started to throw in the bullpen when Charlie Morton went down with an apparent leg injury. So Oberholzer will face Colin Walsh to start it off. Walsh takes up high. It's 1 ball, no strikes. So this is what happened. Charlie Morton going up the first base line, and right there, his leg straightened, and it was awkward. He ran one more step, putting pressure on his right leg, and then stepped with that left again, and the same thing happens. Watch it right there. Yeah.
Apparently on that left leg.
Fly ball, right field. Tyler Goodell. There's the catch, one away. So we'll get you a report as soon as we find one out. Oberholzer, who was the Phillies' long man, set out to be a starting pitcher at the beginning of spring training. About midway through, the Phillies put him into the bullpen. Alex Presley. And Presley takes a strike. He was 0 for 1 in last night's ball game. Presley started the year in the minor leagues. Last year with Fresno in AAA, hit .292 with 3 home runs. It's that one down the left field line. It'll slice foul out of play. And quickly it's 0-2.
Sure hope he's okay.
Yeah. Outside, 1-2. Presley had a pretty good spring for the Brewers. He had .289 with 3 home runs and 11 runs batted in. There's a thought that he was going to make the team out of spring training. Went to the minor leagues, was just called up. Fights it off, and it remains 1-2. Toward first, another foul ball, and it remains 1-2.
He didn't throw it 30 rows up tonight.
No, he didn't.
The ball boy.
The initial report, by the way, on Charlie Morton is a left hamstring strain. Fastball in there for a called strike 3. 4th strikeout for Phil's pitching, and there are 2 outs. Chase Anderson is coming up. Stump Up Mothers Appreciation Day will be Sunday, May 1st, when the Phillies take on the Indians at 2:35 first pitch. A Phillies Infinity scarf free to all women 15 and older. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. Anderson takes a strike.
No good ever comes out of an injury, but a hamstring you would think would be better than a knee. Initially I thought, I mean, we're not doctors obviously. By looking at it, it looked like a knee.
And a strike 3 call. Back-to-back strikeouts for Brett Oberholzer. And he retires the Brewers in order. We'll go to the 3rd. The Phillies trail Milwaukee 1-0. Fans trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. Please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, Ben, here's the question. What college did Brewers manager Craig Counsell play for? You're looking at that one. I don't know if it's in disgust or if it's, I know that one.
It's the latter. And I'll give you a bit of the history behind it when we come to that part of the game.
So looking forward to it.
As you should be.
I do know that you were recruited by this school. Was he part of the recruiting visit?
He was not.
No.
He was not. There's another man in that dugout that might have been.
How cool would it have been if you had gone there?
It would have been cold. It's very cold in Indiana.
Not cold, cool. Well, it would have been cold also, because as Matt Gelb said, the roof is closed because they're still experiencing winter here. Odubel Herrera takes a pitch low. It's 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0 Brewers on top. Odubel walked and was left over third base his first time up. He's taken over the major league lead in walks. Takes a breaking ball. It evens the count 1-1.
Odubel agreed with home plate umpire Carlos Torres.
Did he say yes?
Yes, he agreed with him.
Ball and 2 strikes. You know, we were speculating last night about Odubel and his conversation in the dugout when he went back at one point in the game. He was upset about the check swing call because, as he told Pete Mackanin, I didn't swing. Up and in, 2-2. Another 3-ball, 2-strike count for Chase Anderson. They got to make him pay eventually, don't they? All these pitches that he's thrown.
He's afraid of contact.
And he should be. He's a pitcher that should be pitching the contact.
He should be. He doesn't have swing and miss stuff.
You know, it's interesting if you talk to Charlie too. Charlie is more. He was looking for contact.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a lot of strikeouts, but he was looking more for contact than anything else. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here at the top of the 3rd. And Odubel fouls another one off. Boy, he's getting his money's worth in these first 2 at bats. Nice catch by that gentleman there.
Nice camo hat.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was a Phillies camo hat.
Another one fouled down the left field line.
Pitches this at bat.
Well, this will be the 17th pitch that he has seen in his 2 at bats so far. And here it comes. Outside, ball 4. He walks twice tonight. But he may eclipse his walk total from last year by the end of this road trip. The Eagles made a bold move to get the number 2 pick in the draft. All next week, CSN experts Derek Gunn and Reuben Frank will prepare your Eagles for Eagles Draft Day on Quick Slants, weeknights at 6, only on Comcast Sports Network.
Chase Anderson throwing 90 miles an hour. Had Odubel spraying foul balls way down the left field line, tardy on all of them. Threw him 2 changeups, a breaking ball, and another changeup to finally walk him. Does that make sense, Tom?
Does not make sense. Odubel just gets back. He had his weight shifted towards second base. Ready is flied out to right field. Another throw over. Our pregame conversation with Pete Mackanin dealt a lot with base running tonight. And that's partly because the Phillies had 2 base runners who were thrown out trying to steal. One fleet-footed catcher did steal a base last night.
That's right.
The throw over. Murph, I know you talked to Mickey Morandini about base stealing and base running before the start of the ball game. Mickey's not going to do any of that because of his calf injury, but
yeah. Mickey is on the shelf. You're right about that, Tom. But you're right. Base stealing is a topic of conversation around the Phillies at this point because it's something in spring training that we were told this team wants to do and is going to try and do, and we saw it throughout spring training. But so far this year, just 7 of 14 in the base stealing category, which is really not going to get it done. And I was asking Mickey about it, and both Mickey and Pete agree that right now they think the team's just not getting good jumps. You know, it's not a matter of picking the wrong pitches to steal on or the wrong times. When they're choosing to steal, they're just not getting good jumps. And I asked Mickey, well, you know, what can the guys do to work on that? He said, well, you know, we're obviously watching the pitchers move before the game on video. We're timing them. We're doing all of that. He said, but for a lot of these guys, he thinks it comes down to confidence. They just have to believe in their ability to steal a base. They've been able to do it before. They just, for whatever reason, aren't believing in it right now. So they're trying to build up that confidence, and it's something they're going to continue to do because they want to force the issue.
well, it's going to be a big part of their game. At least they hope it's part of their game. Galvis takes outside 1-0. Now, we mentioned Cam Rupp had the stolen base last night. He had it on the delayed steal, and that is something that Pete said he's going to do more often. Not necessarily Cam Rupp with the delayed steal. Cam was very proud of that stolen base.
Yeah, Cam told us last night that he needed to get in the ice tub after the game, just ice down his legs after the stolen base.
1 ball and 1 strike to Galvis. Takes inside 2-1. He also said this morning that he was disappointed that he had gotten picked last year in his only stolen base attempt, because he said 1,000 is way better than 500. Being 1 for 1 or 2 for 2 is better than being 1 for 2.
I told him he should have held the base over his head like Ricky Henderson.
Oh, that would have
he
been
said
so
that
great.
thought crossed my mind.
That would have been so great. 2 balls and 1 strike to Galvis. And Galvis pops it up. Got way out front of that pitch. Scooter Gennett says he has it and makes the catch. 1 away. And that'll bring Maikel Franco to the plate here in the top of the 3rd. Another one popped up on the infield. Scooter Gennett started back. Now he comes sprinting in, but Villar says he has it, and he makes the catch. 2 away.
Well, that was going to hit the roof.
It was a mile high. So Anderson's able to get 2 outs here on pop-ups, and Ryan Howard's coming to the plate.
I know he popped that up. That was a good swing. It was aggressive. It was hard, but it was still quick. Just hit the bottom of the ball. Definitely a pitch that Maikel would want back.
Howard popped out into foul territory, his only time up. Odubel creeping off first again. Howard takes inside 1-0. By the way, just to wrap up the Cam Rupp story, I told him today he's only 10 away from the single season record for catchers stolen bases. Darren Dalton, 11 stolen bases. There goes Odubel, and Odubel got a late start. The throw to second on 1 hop is not in time. That's the third stolen base of the year for Odubel Herrera. The pitch was a strike. Craig Counsell saying hang on.
Just want to see if he did come off the bag. But at no point does he do that.
Third baseman Colin Walsh didn't hold his hand on the tag. All right, now he's in scoring position, giving Howard a chance here. That's a good take by Ryan Howard. Threw him a lot of changeups his last time up, and he lays off that one. Howard check swing and he bloops it into left field, a base hit. Rounding third is Odubel. He'll score, and we are tied up at 1.
Useful.
That is RBI number 9 for Ryan Howard.
That's how you beat the shift.
Even if you don't mean to.
Well, for all the balls he hits hard into that shift, Big Piece deserves that one. There's a ting of beauty, Tom. Now that, I think he's playing cricket. That is beautiful.
Well, the stolen base certainly helps set that up, getting in a scoring position for Odubel Herrera. So an RBI single, and here comes Darren Ruff, who's up. And Ruff slices one the opposite way for a base hit. Howard will stop at second. The Phillies have first and second with 2 men down. You know, it's funny, in the game notes today, Chris Ware, who is the Phillies media representative on this trip, has a note in about the exit velocity on Maikel Franco's home run last night, and also on Ryan Howard's exit velocity this year, that the exit velocity is 96.5. And Ryan Howard's exit velocity is tops in Major League Baseball. It's all part of our cold hard fact, brought to you by Coors Light. Well, that percentage is going to go down after that check swing base hit into left field. Just a little bit, it's going to go down.
Yes. I'm going to ask Ryan what he's more concerned with, exit velocity or that single and RBI.
A little roller inside the first base bag. Howard's around third. He's coming home, and he will score, and the Phillies take the lead 2-1. Boy, if you strung together both Howard and Ruiz's hits, they probably wouldn't even hit the fence. But they lead it 2-1 here in the third.
That died a hero.
All right, so they have a brand new style on how to hit. Just throw up some check swings.
That's it. Look at Larry. Larry loves it. This is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Actually, that was a full swing by Cardinals.
Yeah, he just got in on his hand, broke his bat, like I said, but.
Well, now Tyler Goodell.
A hit is a hit is a hit.
He had a single his last time up. Takes on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Darren Ruff went to third on that ground ball. Base hit by Carlos Ruiz. fouls it off.
Another one out there, Tyler.
Well, he lays off, but it's 2-2. And he loops that one toward right. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Ruff will score. Goodell is 2 for 2, and the Phillies take a 3-1 lead.
A back-to-back night scoring 3 runs in 1 inning. It's good to see.
Hopefully it's a trend that keeps on keeping on. And for Tyler Goodell, that's his first major league RBI. That bloop single to right field.
Fights that fastball off inside. That's good to see.
Well, now Brett Overholzer,
who does hit with the pitchers every day. The pitchers.
You're right. Yep, that's a good point.
Whoever's top 5 guys go out and they all hit, including the starter for that evening, and Brett hits with him as well.
Takes in the dirt. You're probably wondering, well, why does he hit? Well, in theory, as the long man, he'll be out there for an at-bat or 2 during the course of a game.
He's gotten a few at-bats this year.
Yeah, he's 0 for 2 with a strikeout. During his big league career, he is 0 for 2. He has had other plate appearances, but he's walked, and he has 2 sacrifice bunts. Off the end of the bat foul. It's 1-2. Come on, Brett, make Newcastle proud. Drive one into the gap, and then Ben will drive you home.
Yes, indeed.
Swing and a miss, and he's down on strikes, and that will retire the side. But the Phillies, for a second straight night, have a 3-run inning. They take the lead as we go to the bottom of the 3rd here in Milwaukee. Baseball is brought to you by McDonald's. Come into McDonald's for an Egg McMuffin and medium iced coffee for $3.49. By Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. And by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Ben, do you have the X1 at your home?
I do not.
You literally talk into the remote. You don't even press the button.
We need to upgrade, Tom. We need to upgrade.
See if you can get that done by the time you get home. Bottom of the 3rd inning. And Jonathan VR will lead it off here at Miller Park, where Ben Davis enjoyed some pretty good numbers. What'd you say you hit?
375.
Around 375, or you hit 375?
375. 3 for 8.
Whoa.
You don't see numbers like that every day, do you, Tom?
You really don't. No one pitches up high, 1-1. Do you remember anything about playing here? Is there anything that you liked, that you disliked?
I remember when the shadows crept in on a day game, it got bad.
With the roof open or closed?
Yes, with it open.
One pitch coming to BR, and he swings and misses that one. It's 1-2. Well, tomorrow will not be winter anymore here in Milwaukee. The temperatures will be in the 60s, so the roof may be open for the day game.
I was able to get to Mass today, and they have a 2:30 earlier Mass, and I went and I asked some of the workers here about the roof, and they said it has to be 65 degrees or warmer for the roof to be open.
Is that right?
Yes, and it is a fact. So,
and it's not 65 outside.
But when we got here, the roof was
open. A cue shot up the first base line, and it doesn't spin back fair. So it remains 2-2. Outside temperature at first pitch, which was 6:12 local time, was 48 degrees. So that's what it looks like at that time. The shadows on the field. The time that we're talking about.
It's tough. It really is tough.
So outside temperature at game time was 48 degrees. And it's dropping into the low 40s, high 30s tonight. Inside temperature 66 degrees. Here comes the 2-2 pitch to BR. And he fouls it over the screen.
And this place has neither heat or air conditioning.
Correct.
Been informed it does have heat, but no AC.
Our research department was incorrect in the research from earlier today. Well, a little duct work. That probably should have given it away to us. There was something going on. 3-2 pitch. Out of play. The 10th pitch of the at bat.
What pitch will this be?
It's the 11th pitch of the at bat. Follow along with us, Ben. Check it off as we go. I'm not even going to say it now.
I won't even ask.
Six pitches for Oberholzer in relief of Charlie Morton. And Oberholzer worked a 1-2-3 second inning. Trying to get the first out here in the third. And ball four. So BR draws a walk. And the Brewers have the leadoff batter aboard. Join the Phillies in our efforts to make the world a cleaner place. Sign your group up now to volunteer for the Red Goes Green team presented by Waste Management. Volunteers help with recycling efforts by collecting plastic and aluminum bottles throughout the seating bowl at Citizens Bank Park during games. To register, visit Phillies.com/red goes green. Leadoff batters aboard. Scooter Gennett's coming up. Jeanette singled and scored the run for the Brewers. Brett having a little difficulty with his command right now. There's a breaking ball. That one slides over for a strike. It's 1-1. Oberholzer came into this ball game with 3 outings and 5 walks and 5 home runs allowed during those 3 outings. Until this year, most of his major league assignments were as a starter. That was a good pitch. Home plate umpire did not think so.
Anytime you see Chooch pause right before he throws it back, he wanted it. Anytime.
Fly ball foul over the Phillies dugout and into the seats. Oh, nice catch.
Very nice catch.
Yep. Those are his overall career numbers. 42 games as a pitcher in the big leagues. Goes. Pitch is a called strike 3. Throw to second is not in time. BR is safe, but the Phillies get it out. That's the 3rd strikeout for Oberholzer. And one away with a runner in scoring position. Ryan Braun is coming up.
Just a good jump there. Nothing Chooch could do.
Ryan Braun, who singled his first time up, came into this ball game among the leaders in on-base percentage. That's gone up to .424. And one of the leaders in hitting, that's gone up to .345 with his base hit. 20 hits now and 66 at bats. Takes a strike. It's 0-1. Ryan Braun with 258 career home runs. This year his numbers have been very good with runners in scoring position. You really could say that for him throughout the course of his career. And the MVP in 2011. That was the National League home run leader a year later in 2012. Well, then another year later, July of 2013, he was suspended by Major League Baseball for 65 regular season games. That one is drilled deep to left field, and this ball game is tied. 4th home run of the year for Ryan Braun. So we're even at 3. Here in the bottom of the 3rd.
That a no-doubter. Let's get up and in here. It was up, but it wasn't in enough. Ball lined out to left field.
bases are empty. 2 runs are in. Jonathan Lucroy singled his first time up. He singled home a run. And he takes a fastball for a strike. That's 6 home runs now allowed for Brett Overholser. There's a change up high, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
I always talk about shutdown innings, and your club goes out and gets you 3 runs, and you turn around and walk the leadoff man. That's, you're asking for disaster when that happens.
Over toward the hole, and that'll sneak in for another base hit for Jonathan Lucroy. That's his 3rd hit of the series, 2nd hit of the night. The runner at first will bring Chris Carter to the plate. Pete is not called to the bullpen just yet, but Bob McClure is going to head out and talk to Overholser. Joked before about Bob getting a chance to catch up with some of his buddies. He was talking to Gorman Thomas, the longtime Brewers slugger, and Raleigh Fingers before the ball game today. Bob pitched for 10 years here in Milwaukee. 10 seasons as a relief pitcher and as a starter. He won 45 games. And he made it to the postseason 2 different times. There he is talking to Raleigh Fingers. In the '82 World Series, Bob McClure pitched in Game 2, Game 4, Game 5, and Game 7 against the St. Louis Cardinals. In fact, he suffered the loss in Game 7. He picked up 2 saves in the World Series and 2 losses in the World Series.
2 great mustaches there.
Oh, yeah. Carter hits one foul, and it's 0-1. Got his first time up. I don't know where these pitches are, but they look awfully good. They must be just off the plate. Just off the plate.
Apparently.
Opposite way, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. Lucroy is on his way to 3rd. And Ed Cedar will hold him there, and Carter's at 2nd base with a double. 2nd and 3rd with 1 man down. And Kirk Neuenhuis is next up for the Brewers.
It's a breaking ball. I think how much was supposed to be a cutter in. Chucha set up inside, just kind of backs up. Carter shoots it down the right field line. He can run a little bit for a big guy.
Well, and thankfully Tyler Goodell did cut that off the way he did and didn't let it hit the wall. Because if he had let it hit the wall, then I think Cedar would have sent Lucroy.
Yes.
Oh, I think the Phillies are going to have to get somebody up and throwing soon. Neuenhuis is going to be lifted from this game, and Santana is going to pinch hit. Kind of an interesting substitution.
3rd inning.
3 balls and no strikes to Santana. We got the green light, 3-0. It'll be out of play. And it's 3-1. That's a lot of confidence in a young hitter.
Not surprised, though.
No?
No.
3 pitches out of the strike zone. I thought maybe he'd take one.
Yeah, but Brett
You're
does,
right, though.
he does throw a lot of strikes, and he didn't go up there to walk. You don't go up there to pinch walk. You go up there to pinch hit.
Foul tip, and it's 3-2. Threw an off-speed pitch. So it's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Colin Walsh is on deck. There's Carter at second base. You saw Luke Roy at third. Another foul ball. Boy, there have been a lot of foul balls tonight on both ends.
It's crazy.
This is a 7 pitch at bat so far. This will be number 8. Oberholzer's trying to limit the damage. 2 runs have scored in the inning on the home run by Ryan Braun. Hits sharply to shortstop. Galvis has it. He's got Carter between second and third. A run will score. And they'll chase Carter back to second. Cesar Hernandez will apply the tag. It's 4-3 Milwaukee. And they get the out around the second base bag. The second out of the inning. It's 6-5-4 on the put out, a fielder's choice. And Pete Buchanan is still content to try to let Oberholzer get through this inning. He's just got 1 more out to get. 3 runs have scored for Milwaukee.
The heads-up play by Freddie there.
Yeah.
They very easily just taking you out at first base. That ball was hit very hard. Got Carter.
I think Freddie was surprised that Carter had taken off so far off the bat.
Yeah. Always want to eliminate that lead runner there, and that's exactly what Freddie did. Good play. This ball's hit very, very sharply. Santana really put together a good at bat, but he just got caught in the middle there, and Freddie does a good job of running him down, and Michael and Caesar.
Colin Walsh in his first at bat flied out to right field. Phillies trail at 4-3. They took a 3-1 lead with 3 runs in the third, but now the Brewers have also scored 3 runs in their half of the third.
.50 pitches thus far in an inning and 2/3 for Brett.
Yeah, he just batted 2. One pitch will have to wait. Another throw over to first base. The Brewers think that Oberholzer is balking as he's going over to first base. First base umpire Jim Wolf just took another step over toward the Brewers dugout just to get a better angle. Now tip, and it's 0-2. Runner goes, pitches high, throw by Ruiz is in time, and the side is retired. Santana's gunned down. The Brewers, though, scored 3 runs in the inning. We have played 3. Ryan Braun tied it up, and the Brewers added another. This wrap 4th inning is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. Let's go Phillies. Top of the 4th inning. It's 4-3 Brewers on top. Alex Presley moves from right field over to center field after Neuenhuis was pinch hit for by Santana. Santana stays in the ball game. He's in right. And as we go to the top of the 4th inning, Cesar Hernandez will lead it off. He grounded out his first time up. And a pitch low. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
We're on a 4.5-hour pace here, Tom.
It's remarkable how many pitches have been thrown in this game. Inside, it's 2-1. Inside again, 3-1. Guys selling Cracker Jacks. No more prizes in the Cracker Jack boxes, Ben.
Since when?
It's going to come out soon. Ball 4. Cesar draws a walk. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Moving forward, if you're going to get a prize out of the Cracker Jack box, you got to log on to a computer to get it. I'm just telling you what they say.
You ruined my night with that.
Yeah. Odubel shows bunt, takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
You want out of your leadoff man. Getting on base. Scoring runs.
1 ball, no strikes, and Odubel takes outside 2-0. Lucroy going out to talk to Anderson. Jonathan Lucroy was saying after last night's game about all the young pitchers, and they think Chase Anderson could be a foundation piece for their young staff. He said their growth is just part of it. We've got some starters who are learning on the fly, so we're working on it. We have to just minimize the damage and the mistakes. That one's a light drive base hit it to left field for Odubel. Cesar's around second, holding up there. And that'll put runners on first and second with nobody out. Odubel's been on base 3 times tonight. He has seen 20 pitches in 3 plate appearances.
So last night how he wasn't really, I haven't seen him hit a lot of balls hard this year.
Yeah, that's right.
Not going to hit a ball any harder than that one.
Derek Johnson, the pitching coach, out to the mound. Brewers are going to keep their bullpen quiet for the time being, even though Chase Anderson's at 84 pitches. Conversation clock is at 5, now 4, 3, and that's it. Must break up the conversation by the time it hits 0.
Bunting, yes or no?
I would say yes, but I know you're only in the 4th inning. But I would say yes. You've got 2 good runners or fast runners on the base paths. You've got Franco and Howard due up after him. And maybe you play for a huge inning and you don't bunt. Brewers think he is, and Freddie takes high. It's 1-0. Now you asked the question, what would you do in this case? Would you bunt or would you have him just swing away?
I would bunt. You might even see a hit and run here.
166 combined pitches. We're only in the 4th inning. And he does bunt toward the third base side. Anderson's off with it. He bobbles and he throws high to third, but it's held on to by Colin Walsh, and Hernandez is out at third base. Cesar's just going to hang there, and Juan Samuel says he was out. Boy, I thought when he bobbled it, I didn't think they were going to get Cesar off at third base. Cesar has a terrible lead off second base. Partly because the shortstop was right in the same area.
Well, that makes him not being able to. Ooh. It's very close. I'm wondering why it took Freddie Galvis so long to square around. If you're giving yourself up, why do it so late? Looked like he was rushing to get that bat out there, and ends up being a poor bunt. Get out there, get the bat out there.
Now, too hard of a bunt. He's got to bunt it toward the third baseman, not to the third base side.
But he's so late in giving himself up.
Yeah. Well, it's a fielder's choice. Runners on first and second. Maikel Franco, who is 1 for 2. Up high, 1-0. Take another look. We thought this was close. We're slowing it down. His foot is not on the bag yet. Boy, that's close.
That is close.
One ball, no strikes to Franco. And Franco hits it in the air to deep left field. Braun going back. It is gone! The 3rd home run of the series for Franco, and the Phillies retake the lead. It is 6-4 here in the top of the 4th.
That's how you pick your teammates up.
5 hits in 2 games, 3 home runs in 2 games. And David Preston of Cherry Hill, you've just won $100 thanks to Maikel Franco.
Way to go, David.
Yeah, the McDonald's home run jackpot.
Get your foot down. And that hanging breaking ball will do the rest. Boy, you see that ball on a tee, your eyes light up. Sometimes you will overswing. You see a pitch so good and so big, sometimes you'll overswing. He did not do it right there.
So it's 6-4 Phillies. Thanks to Franco's home run. Ryan Howard is the hitter. Howard singled home run his last time up. Inside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, we mentioned that, both the Pete Buchanan and Steve Henderson said before the ball game they were hoping that his at-bats last night were going to lead to even more the rest of this weekend. What they're hoping for is starting to come to fruition.
What he did his last at bat, he hit a pop-up a mile high. It was a great swing. Great swing. But he hit the bottom of it.
2-2.
Another 3-run inning thus far.
First time this year the Phillies have had 2 3-run innings in a game. And Howard fights it off foul. Howard strikes out, and they're 2 away. Darren Ruff will come up.
Anderson's best pitch this game is that changeup.
And coming in, the opposition was hitting 400 against that changeup. Darren takes way inside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Balls and 1 strike. Fastball low at the top of the shoelaces. Out to right field. And Santana comes trotting in and puts it away for the final out. But the Phillies retake the lead. Maikel Franco comes through again. Back-to-back nights. He has blasted one over 400 feet. In fact, 3 home runs in 2 games. We'll move to the bottom of the 4th inning. And the Phillies have retaken the lead.
Breakfast on Broad crew, next week is draft week.
Derek Gunn, Dave Zingara, and Josh Paulnell will all be here to get us ready.
Who do you want the Eagles to take? Let us know on Twitter on Bob on TCN.
Bob's draft week starts at 6 Monday on the Comcast Network.
Maikel Franco might be a topic of conversation this week on Breakfast on Broad after his 3 home runs in the first 2 games of the series. We begin the bottom of the 4th inning. Brett Oberholzer will deliver the first pitch inside. It's 1-0. There are the numbers for Franco in the series. Swing and a miss. Walsh was up when his teammate Santana was thrown out trying to steal second base. Domingo Santana, not the guitarist Santana. 1-1 pitch is outside. It's 2-1. Andrew Bailey is warming up out in the bullpen for the Phils. Inside, and it's 3-2. P. McCannon's going out. It looks like a double switch is going to be made. Home plate umpire Carlos Torres didn't see Pete walking out or hear him initially. So Oberholzer's night will be done. We'll bring in Andrew Bailey, who has been warming up in the bullpen for the Phils. We'll see what other adjustment Pete's going to make. Pitching change here at the bottom of the 4th at 6-4. Phillies on top. Just stand out, add a little color. Avery Neon shipping labels ensure all your shipping messages get noticed. Perfect for any priority message, and WB Mason delivers the same day when you order by 11:30. Local service, personalized. Who but WB Mason? Bottom of the 4th inning, and it's 6-4 Phillies on top. The Brewers have a base runner over at first. The Phillies have made a double switch. David Lowe will come on to play left field, so he'll take over for Darren Ruff. And Andrew Bailey is the new pitcher. Bailey's numbers down to Lehigh Valley, 4 games, 1-0 with a 1.80 ERA. So Lowe will bat 8th. And Bailey will bat 5th. Alex Presley will be the hitter. He'll be followed by Chase Anderson. Andrew Bailey came to the Phillies as a non-roster invitee. during spring training. Didn't pitch badly. In fact, his first couple outings, he was excellent. Then he had 2 outings that weren't very good. He finished up strong. Phillies just hoped that he would go down to AAA, which he did, and just get working. Continue to get himself ready to pitch in the big leagues. He wasn't down there long, which is what they had said. 0-1 pitch coming. Another fastball, another strike, and it's 0-2. Pete's throwing down the signs in the dugout to control the base running. He was asked today, did you ever call any pitches from the dugout? He goes, oh yeah, I've called a couple. Out of play, and the count remains 1-2. So they have a perfect spot at home where I sit, same spot where Charlie Manuel used to sit. Because the other team can't see what I'm doing. Because I won't say anything. I'll make a signal. Because every once in a while I might yell out what I want to be thrown. So if you execute, it's not going to matter that they know.
Right.
One-two pitch. Boy, he almost had him biting at that. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Got him. Foul tip and a strikeout. Presley is rung up for the 2nd time tonight. So 1 out, and Anderson will bat.
The old Bayou ball. Pitch hit Santana in the last inning, unless the pitcher hit. Obviously going to square around and bunt, but
they also have bullpen action. They have Carlos Torres warming up in the bullpen, not to be mistaken for the home plate umpire Carlos Torres. Anderson does bunt at it, and he bunts it foul, and it's 0-1. Bunts it back toward third base, picked up by Franco with his bare hands, and the sacrifice is successful. Perfect execution by the Phillies defensively, because as soon as Bailey realized that Franco was going to get that baseball, he then sprinted over to third base to be the cover man there.
Franco does a good job here of coming in, calling off Bailey. You see Bailey and Chooch directing traffic right there, just so in case you get Walsh trying to advance to third base. Bailey would be there.
So now Jonathan VR, who has struck out, he's walked and scored a run. Takes a bit low, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, top of the 7th inning, the Mets lead the Braves 4-1. David Wright has a couple RBIs for New York. Steven Matz has gone 6 innings. He's allowed 7 hits and 1 run. The ball runs inside from Bailey. It's 3-1. Matz has struck out 7 in that game. We talk about the success of the Phillies pitchers with their curveball. Matz has adjusted his curveball the last couple of outings, and that has improved his strikeout total.
I always preferred hitting a slider off the lefty than a breaking ball and a curveball.
Pickoff play is on, and the throw sails. Walsh was way off.
Yes, he was. I say that about the curveball for the simple fact that most lefties, most pitchers in baseball throw a slider. And then you see a big old curveball. I didn't like it. Someone like a Barry Zito had that big overhand curveball. I didn't like it.
See, I would have thought that you'd be able to see it longer, particularly Zito's, because how slow it is.
Sometimes his would get so big it would jump right out of his hand.
Here comes the payoff pitch to VR. Down the left field line. That'll go out of play. Oh, that carry. Boy, that was a shot.
Definitely had the distance.
It sure did. Did you think it did off the bat?
No. I was going to lie there, but I figured I'd tell the truth, Tom.
Got a piece of it to stay alive, and it remains 3-2. Bailey, who did pitch last year in the big leagues with the Yankees. Wound up going in 10 games last year out of the bullpen, an ERA of 5.19. Back in 2009, his first year as the American League Rookie of the Year, he saved 26 games for the Oakland A's at an ERA of 1.84. In fact, first 2 years, his earned run average was under 2. That one is out towards short, caught by Freddie Galvis. And the side is retired. No runs, no hits. 1 man left in scoring position. On to the 5th inning. Phillies up 6-4. Junior Phillies Club presented by Powerade is for fans 14 and under. The members receive Junior Phillies Club backpack, a Maikel Franco poster, a Go Phils wristband, and other membership benefits. By the way, that's hashtag Go Phils wristband. For more information or to register, visit Phillies.com/kids. Along with Ben Davis and Greg Murphy, I'm Tom McCarthy. We go to the top of the 5th inning. And Carlos Torres will take over. First 4 innings took 2 hours to complete. We go to the top of the 5th. It's 6-4. And Carlos Ruiz will lead it off against Torres. Carlos shows bunt. And it's 0-1. We're always in amazement when games go quickly. You know, the pace of games. I mean, this is one of the slowest ones I can remember.
Yes.
2 hours and 5 minutes to play the first 4 innings of this game. Chase Anderson went the first 4 tonight. Out of play, and it's 1-1. Anderson came into this ball game averaging about 22 seconds in between pitches, which is among the slowest in baseball, and I think he added to it tonight.
Yes.
Ball and 2 strikes to Ruiz. Carlos had an RBI single his last time up, and now it's 2-2. Carlos has struck out, 1 away here in the top of the 5th. Phillies are into their bullpen. This is the reason why. Charlie Morton in his first at bat, that was in the 2nd inning. He laid down a potential sacrifice, and we learned after this fall that he injured his left hamstring. It almost looked like his knee buckled, but it turned out it was his hamstring that was the problem. Tyler Goodell is 2 for 2 with an RBI. Picked up his first big league RBI tonight.
I would have put money that was the knee.
Swing and a miss, 0-2. Torres has come out throwing fastballs. And a strike 3 call. Back-to-back strikeouts for Torres. 2 away. And David Lowe will hit for the first time. Miss, 0-1.
Cutter there. 89 miles an hour. It was late. Late movement.
Chopper foul, and it's 1-2. David Lowe in his short time up with the Phils, 5 for 17. I should say 5 for 15 with a couple of walks. Fights that one off, foul. Remains 1-2. Nice catch by that gentleman. He didn't even have to move.
What a predicament.
Really?
2 daughters. Give it to mama.
And let her decide.
Let her suffer.
Swing and a miss, and Torres strikes out the side. A 1-2-3 5th inning. Carlos Torres out of the pen for the Brewers. On to the bottom of the 5th. The Phillies up 6-4. For our Citizens Bank minor league report. Take a look at what's going on around the Phillies minor leagues. Lehigh Valley defeated Pawtucket 6-5. Nick Williams 3 for 4. Reading defeated New Hampshire 6-3. Dylan Cousins 2 for 3, 2 RBIs. Mitch Walden continued his hot start, and Josh Tobias the same. As we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Jeanette fouls the first one back. And it's 0-1. By the way, we gave the minor league report as Jeanette lines one to right field. It is one hop over the wall, so he'll get a round rule double. Thankfully, that had some topspin on it, and then it was coming down quickly. So that double is 4th of the year, and he's in scoring position. As far as the minor league report goes, Reese Hoskins hit a solo home run to give the Reading Titans a victory today.
For those wondering at home, Scooter Jeanette's real name is Ryan Joseph Jeanette. Parents would not do that to him.
Just give him Scooter as his real name.
Yeah.
Here's Ryan Braun, who's homered tonight. He's also singled, so he's 2 for 2. His home run was part of a 3-run 3rd inning. Pitch up high, 1 ball and no strikes. Here it is. It was a rocket out of the ballpark.
It sure was. Overholzer tries to go up and in. It was up, but not in far enough, and Ryan Braun sends a shot out to left field.
Try to check his swing. He takes a strike. It's 1-1. So the all-time Brewer rankings, Ryan Braun is first in home runs now with 259. 305 batting average for his career is second. Because of his links to biogenesis, like a lot of players, like a lot of folks around baseball, once his career is over, is wondering how much of it is true or how much of it is enhanced by outside forces. of a foul up to the upper deck. And it's 1-2. Here in Milwaukee, though, they seem to still embrace him, much like they still embrace Barry Bonds out in San Francisco. He went back as the coach of the Marlins last night, and he got a standing ovation as he was introduced with the lineup card. One ball and 2 strikes to Braun. In the dirt, gets away from Ruiz, but he does a good job of keeping it in the circle.
Nice play by Chooch. I think I caught him off the forearm or the wrist as well. One's off the wrist, never felt good. Watch how he gets to this ball. Freddie starts moving, and then David Lowe came in from left field. Perfectly aligned in case there was a throw, and Chooch airmailed. Nice to see that kind of backup.
There's the production of the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the Brewers tonight. Phillies hope they can quiet them right here. Milwaukee has 7 hits. The Phillies have 8. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. And Braun grounds it toward third. Diving stop by Franco from his backside. He throws to first in time to get Ryan Braun. What a play by Maikel Franco. He had some zip on the baseball, even though he wasn't even on his feet.
Hello.
And plus he held the runner over at second base.
Who says you need your feet under you to make a good strong throw?
Wow.
You're right about the zip, Tom.
Some body strength right there.
That is awesome. I like his reaction when he got done too. He sat there and clapped into his glove for himself. Why not? You deserve it, Maikel.
Now Luke Croy, who has 2 hits, he's 2 for 2 with an RBI.
Seems so wrong just writing 5-3 on your scorecard.
Got to circle it. Got to circle. Put a big star around it. Put a big green star around it, Ben. Breaking ball, that's in there. 0-1. I mean, that is a big time play right there by Maikel Franco.
Might see that again. Does it with a stick, does it with his glove.
Got a play. 0-2. Well, he's got a little hop in his step. He's got a lot to prove. Former American League Rookie of the Year. We mentioned an all-star, but he's getting a chance to wear the uniform for the team that he grew up rooting for. He is still a big Eagles fan. Paul VI High School in South Jersey.
Now resides in Connecticut. Did you ever leave the great Garden State, Tom?
I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes you leave, Ben, but you always come back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right, Murph? Sometimes you leave, but you're always drawn back. Well, maybe not. Another foul ball, and it remains 1-2. Phillies are going to get Elvis Araujo up in just a moment out in the bullpen. It is a bullpen game after the injury to Charlie Morton after the first inning on a butt attempt to the top of the second. 1 man down, the 1-2 pitch inside, 2-2. Over to third base. Franco again. This time he stays on his feet and he throws Lucroy out. 2 away.
That one was boring.
Still an excellent play.
Yet was
boring.
An excellent play. We talk about, I mean, Mike Kelly's, he's not a burner on the base paths, but his first reaction is very quick. He's quick with that first movement. That's how he's able to get to a lot of these baseballs. Plus, I love his effortless throwing motion.
Now you say that, but a lot of times they want him to focus on that throwing motion even a little bit more because he becomes sort of laissez-faire.
Yeah.
Look at his looking into the dugout.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Fortunately, I hope he was saying that was pretty good. I hope he didn't hurt himself. Chris Carter's the batter. Carter doubled his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Carter says he's working on spraying the ball this year. That's why his average is so much better than it was after the first month last year. 0-2. Last year in the month of April, he hit 122 for the Astros. He's a 268. 4 hits to left, 7 hits to center, 4 hits to right. That's his breakdown.
Bench coach for the Brewers, Pat Murphy, calls him Sleepy. It's his nickname, his own personal nickname for Carter, Sleepy. He has a pulse of about 30.
It's Pat Murphy's nickname for him?
Yes. He said he is just, nothing bothers him. He's just not in a rush to do anything. Very easy going. You wouldn't think that for such a large man.
Balls, 2 strikes. Up high, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Cameron Rupp said that to me today. He said he stepped in the box last night, and I just didn't realize how large a human being he was. That's coming from Cam. He's a big boy himself.
Yeah, he's not a small fellow. Check swing. About a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 2-2. Domingo Santana's on deck. Way upstairs, ball 4. That'll put runners on first and second, and Domingo Santana will come up. I think they'll probably let Andrew Bailey get through this inning as long as his pitch count stays at 45 or less. He's not the kind of guy that he's not a quote unquote long man.
No. I'm sure he wasn't stretched out a whole lot down in the Lehigh Valley.
I'm surprised that Arahu's not up or somebody at this point. Balls hit fouls. First pitch swinging by Santana. And it's 0-1. Half of the 5th inning. 10 runs, 15 hits combined.
And 794 foul balls.
There have been a lot of foul balls. I mean, it is one of the things that's really stood out. Bailey down in AAA. The longest he threw was an inning and 2/3. the most pitches he's thrown is 44 on the year. That's why we're saying that it's probably 45 pitches or less. At the knees, 0-2. One-two pitch to Santana in the dirt, smothered by Ruiz, and it's now even 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is one tight strike zone. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Larry Bow is checking on the strike zone.
Yes, he is.
I don't blame him. Yeah, that was a strike. He's taking a breath along with Andrew Bailey out there. The runners will be off. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. He went upstairs. And Santana is struck out, and that'll wrap up the 5th inning. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men left. The star of the inning and the star of the game is Maikel Franco. He has 2 different personalities when it comes to fielding the baseball. He'll throw one from his feet, and he'll throw one from his behind, and he'll get the job done in both cases. Independence Blue Cross Philly of the Week has stepped out of the bullpen and into whatever role Pete McCannon and Bob McClure need him to fill. Expected to be in middle relief area of the pen, Yenmar Gomez was slid into the closer's role 5 games into the season, and he has stood tall in late innings. The 28-year-old right-hander has delivered with confidence and delivered on all save situations when the phone is rung. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. We'll see the Phillies get to Yenmar a little later on. Here's Cesar Hernandez, who bunts his first at bat here, and he's going to beat it out. Nope, he's out at first base. Cesar is saying, let's review that one. Nice play by Colin Walsh. I thought Cesar may have beaten it. He's walking back toward the dugout. And if this stands, it'll be 1 away. Does not look like they're going to review it. Let's take a look. And boy, this is a heck of a play. Yeah, he's out. I thought his foot hit the bag before the ball had arrived. Well, that's a pretty clear replay right there.
And I didn't think he really needed to barehand the baseball, but Cesar does run really well, and turns out he needed to barehand the baseball.
There's Odubel Herrera. takes a strike. Google fouls it away. He's been on base 3 times tonight. He has scored 2 runs. The balls and 2 strikes to Herrera. And he lines one into center field, a base hit. He's now been on base 4 times tonight. 2 walks and 2 hits.
2 bullets.
So a 1-out single that brings Freddie Galvis up. Boy, I'd like to see him run here. I know we've talked about that.
You just might see it.
Odubel does not go, and the pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Galvis tonight is 0 for 3. There he goes. Pitch is inside. Throw to second base on the shortstop side, and Odubel is safe at second. That's his 2nd stolen base of the night. He has 4 on the year. We want to talk about an all-around game. He's having an all-around game.
He is. He outruns the baseball to throw just a bit on the shortstop side of the bag. Keep that hand on there. See Odubel sliding out of the way of the tag, sliding more towards the right side of that bag.
Foul tip, and it's 2-1 to Galvis. Balls, 2 strikes, and a grounder foul, and it remains 2-2. So he's trying to put together back-to-back wins here in Milwaukee. It would give them 3 straight victories and put them at the 500 mark, with game number 20 coming up tomorrow. I should say game number 19 coming up tomorrow. Balls and 2 strikes to Galvis. The ball squirts away for a moment. Galvis is struck out as Lucroy hangs on. That's 4 strikeouts for Carlos Torres. And here is Franco, who tonight is homered. He's also singled. He's made a couple of spectacular plays defensively.
Suarez throwing the invisible. Like you said, the 4th strikeout. Really lighting up the radar gun.
He's pitched against the Phillies before when he's with the Mets. It seemed like he would get an inning or two in, he'd be fine, and then after that they'd figure him out. Back in the 4th inning, Maikel Franco figured out Chase Anderson.
It's a hanging changeup, and Maikel drives it out to left. His 3rd homer in 2 nights.
Swing and a miss. He tried to get his 4th home run in 2 nights with that swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. Maikel takes one low. Now it's 2-1. They appeal. Yes, says the first base umpire, Jim Wolf.
Close.
It was close. Two outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes to Franco. And he hits one back through the middle, a base hit. Odubel's around 3rd, heading for home. He'll score. It's the 3rd hit of the night for Maikel Franco. RBI number 4. And the Phillies lead it now by 3. How about the combination of Odubel and Maikel tonight? Odubel scored 3 runs. He's been on base 4 times. Franco has driven in 4 runs. He's been on base 3 times.
Keep pitching to him. You're going to stay away? Okay, I'll take you away. Odubel, a good turn there. There's no way Juan Samuel's going to stop him. I told you I talked to Pat Murphy earlier. He said, listen, if we don't let Maikel Franco get hits, the chance of us winning go up dramatically.
It's a novel thought, and he's not far off, particularly in this series.
And he has single-handedly beat them the first game, and if the score holds up, he might do it the second game.
Howard fouls it, and it's 1-1. Mile-an-hour fastball in a good spot, and it's now 1-2. Howard breaks his bat, lifts this one into shallow left field. VR backing up on it, and the side is retired. The Phillies, though, score another run to add to their lead. Driven in by Maikel Franco. They've reached 10 hits. They lead it 7-4. Phillies baseball is brought to you by WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. By T-Mobile. Get Major League coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE since 2015. And by your Delaware Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer or visit DelValHondaDealers.com. 7-4 Phillies are on top. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Phillies will make another double switch. But before we tell you about that, we're going to tell you about Chorizo. Finishing in last place last night and not looking back tonight. Wire to wire, Chorizo is the winner of the sausage race. No drama whatsoever.
That's a bad race tonight. Bad race.
Did you have chorizo in
I didn't. I had hot dog.
I had brat. Brat finished last. Last night I had chorizo. Chorizo finished last. Andres Blanco is on and was part of a double switch. Playing first base with a new glove. And David Hernandez is the new pitcher for the Phils. After Andrew Bailey gives him 2 scoreless innings. Hernandez on here in the 6th. They're probably looking for him to give at least 2 innings. 1-1 pitch. The reason the Phillies are looking for some extra innings from their bullpen is because Charlie Morton left after 1 with a hamstring injury. Brett Oberholzer, the long man, went 2+. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Upstairs. And a fastball, strike 3 called on the inside part of the plate. Every time the Phillies pitchers retired the opposition 1-2-3, which they've done once tonight. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Alex Presley is hitless in 2 at-bats. Presley struck out both times tonight that he's been up. He's faced 2 different pitchers, but he did not face the starting pitcher. He faced Oberholzer first, and then he struck out against Bailey. Fouls that back, and it's no balls at 2 strikes.
I like to see David being very aggressive with the fastball right now. You know, he struggled with a little bit of the command with that fastball, but attacking the zone right now. It's 93-95.
Well, it's down too. I mean, he's raised it up a little bit when he's needed to, but it's down for the most part. Popped him up. Foul territory. Third base side. Franco makes the catch. So 2 away. Time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans Trivia Quiz answer. All right, Ben, what college did Brewers manager Craig Counsell play for?
Here come the Irish.
Notre Dame is correct. He also grew up in South Bend, Indiana. How could he not play for the Irish?
How could he not?
Now, you mentioned Pat Murphy, who recruited you out of high school. Pat is the bench coach for Craig Counsell,
yes.
And he was his coach in college.
Yes. And one of my high school coaches, Michael Rooney, at Malvern Prep, also was Counsell's teammate and played for Pat Murphy.
There was Pat Murphy.
Yeah.
Was the manager at the end of the year last year for the Padres.
Yes.
Ramon Flores pitch inning here. 1 ball and 1 strike to Flores. But you chose Miami over Notre Dame.
I did.
Didn't attend Miami either.
No, I didn't. South Bend wasn't exactly the ideal environment for baseball.
Was not the thriving baseball metropolis that you were looking
Well,
for.
they had a great program.
Just a little too cold for you?
Too chilly.
Popped him up again. Maikel Franco again in foul territory is under it, and he makes the catch. Side is retired in order. Nice hitting for David Hernandez. On to the 7th. Phillies nursing a 3-run lead. Time now for your Delaware Valley Honda Dealers game summary. All we got to do is show you Maikel Franco. That'll summarize the way this game's gone for the Phils. He and Odubel Herrera have combined to put together a heck of a night offensively. Jonathan Lucroy has a couple hits and an RBI for the Brewers. Ryan Braun hit his 19th career home run against the Phils. With the Phillies lead at 7-4 as we move to the top of the 7th inning. Michael Blazak will be the new pitcher for the Brewers. 8-ball game for Blazak. 1-0 with a 2.57 ERA. And he will face Andres Blanco, who came on as part of a double switch. In the last half inning, Blanco is batting in Darren Ruff's spot in the order.
Starting to look like a spring training scorecard.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. No balls and 1 strike. At this point in the game, though, we would be seeing Roman Quinn and J.P. Crawford and Nick Williams rolling in for the Phils. By the way, Roman Quinn stole another bag today. 6 stolen bases already for Roman Quinn. 0-2 to Andres Blanco.
Run like the wind blows.
It's a great asset to have.
Whew. Just to feel wind in your face would be nice once in your life.
Little dribbler foul, and it remains 0-2. Andres hitting .316. He has 6 hits on the year. Most likely going to be in the starting lineup tomorrow. Day game.
Good call.
0-2 pitch. And he fouls it back to the net. And it remains 0-2.
Keep working, Mighty.
Check swing. He went, says the home plate umpire Carlos Torres. So a strikeout to start the 7th inning. One away. That'll bring Carlos Ruiz to the plate. Groups of 25 or more. There are opportunities right now for you to get plenty of benefits and special options with Phillies group tickets. Take advantage of special opportunities including discounts, theme nights, and party areas. For more information, go to phillies.com/group tickets. One away. Carlos Ruiz is coming up. Carlos takes a strike. It's 0-1. Ben, did you know that this is a big day in Milwaukee baseball history?
I did not.
Today is the anniversary of Hank Aaron's first home run for the Milwaukee Braves. Their old ballpark was in the parking lot here in Miller Park. Also was the original home of the Milwaukee Brewers. Came against the Cardinals. Vic Raschi was the pitcher that surrendered the first home run hit by Hank Aaron. Went on to hit 755. His number 44 is hanging in the rafters here. Finished his career with the Milwaukee Brewers.
It just blows my mind. 755
Amazing.
homers.
For a guy that always felt that he was a doubles hitter. Line drive after line drive.
It just happened to carry over the fence.
Just happened to carry over the fence. First major league home run for Hank Aaron came in 1954. He was 20 years old. Carlos hits it back toward the middle behind the second base bag off the shin of Scooter Gennett. They could score that in error.
Give him a hit.
This is outside Miller Park and outside what used to be County Stadium. It's a plaque honoring the last home run. That's where it landed. Last home run hit by Hank Aaron. There's a statue outside.
Very cool.
Tyler Goodell dribbles one foul up the third base line. By the way, they said E4 on that.
Probably the right call.
Just think if he wasn't playing the shift.
Because of the shift.
Yep.
But I got to pull for my catchers.
Breaking ball. Kind of old Tyler Goodell.
A good pitch there.
0-2. Swing and a miss, and Goodell is struck out. And there are 2 outs. Now David Lowe is coming up for the second time. He struck out his first time up. Pretty good breaking pitch by Blazek.
That was a good one, especially after 95-mile-an-hour fastball, which he worked in a couple times in that at bat. I respect the gas, and you go out and chase the breaking ball down.
David Lowe takes strike 1. It's 0-1. 30-year-old David Lowe out of Akron, Ohio. And Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania. That ball gets away from Lucroy, and up to second base goes Ruiz. Score that a wild pitch, and rightfully so. And David Lowe is going to take first base. So he's hit by a pitch. John McCasney taking a peek out, make sure he's okay. Looks like he's all right. Cesar Hernandez will bat now with runners on first and second.
Just no getting out of the way of this one. 95 right off your forearm. Ow. Not on his throwing arm, but you know, that's his bottom hand. That's your pulling that bat through the zone.
Cesar is 0 for 2. He walked his second time to the plate. He takes outside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Meandering along here in the top of the 7th inning. Phillies up 7-4. Trying to make it 2 in a row against the Brewers and 3 straight overall. The Nationals have already won. The Mets have already won. Those are the 2 teams directly ahead of the Phillies in the standings. Inside, and now 2-0.
Meandering along.
Well, it is 3 hours old, and we're just in the top of the 7th. Inside. The count is 3-0. Phillies finished the month of April last year with 8 wins and 15 losses. They have 8 wins already this April. Trying to make it 9 with a victory tonight. Fastball in there. Think about it. They won 8 games last April, won 8 in June, won 9 in September. The other months they won 11, 13, and 12. But you get to 9 wins here, then April's looking a little different. And you're looking for improvement. And that's exactly what the Phillies are trying to do. Win number 9 didn't come until May 3rd last year, as the bases are now loaded. And Odubel Herrera, who's had a big night, is looking to make it even bigger.
Blow this thing open right here.
How about throwing some RBIs up with those runs scored and those base hits? He's 2 for 2. .300 total pitches. I mean, we're only in the top of the 7th.
That is something. Hit batter, a walk, and he drops a really nice first pitch breaking ball on you with bases loaded.
Well, things weren't working well with that fastball. You might as well try something different. Chopper foul past Mickey Morandini. Out to left field. And Ryan Braun is there. And the side is retired. The Phillies leave them loaded here in the 7th inning. No runs, no hits. 3 men left. There was an error, a hit batter, and a walk. Time to stretch. It's 7-4 Phillies on top. Appreciate that. Phillies holding on to a 3-run lead as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. They've been using their bullpen tonight. 2 innings from Oberholzer, 2 innings from Andrew Bally. And now David Hernandez getting set for his 2nd inning of work. MLB Play Ball Day proudly supported by Chevrolet. Sunday, May 15th, when the Phillies take on the Reds, a bat and ball set free to fans 14 and under. And also the game after the game, Nemours Kids Run the Bases. All part of the Reds series. Get your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Jonathan Villar leads it off for the Brewers. David Hernandez at his first pitch, a fastball in tight, 1 ball, no strikes. Villar is 0 for 2. He is struck out. He's also lined out. He walked and scored a run. One ball, 1 strike. Villar began with the Phillies as a 17-year-old in the Dominican Summer League. As an 18-year-old, he wound up going to the Gulf Coast League where he played 31 games. He bunts that one in the air. Franco dives and he can't get it. And it's 1-2.
Good effort.
On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, an update from San Francisco. The Giants lead the Marlins 2-1. Buster Posey with an RBI single. Giants trying to get to 500. Grounder foul. Jake Peavy's got 4 innings, 4 hits, 1 run allowed for the Giants. Jose Fernandez has struck out 4 in 3 innings of work for the Marlins. In the air to right field. It's not deep. Coming on is Goodell. And he makes the catch. That'll be the first out. 4 up, 4 down for David Hernandez. Scooter Gennett is due up. Let's check in with Greg Murphy with the Major League Notebook. Murph.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Well, the New York Mets, it appears, will be without Yoenis Cespedes for at least the next couple of days. He left last night's game because he re-aggravated a badly bruised leg that he'd hurt a couple weeks ago diving into the stands. He was not in the lineup today. They do not expect he'll be in for the rest of the weekend. Terry Collins said no more tests will be taken. They don't think it's too serious, but he is kind of swollen, so they're going to give him some time off. And we told you about 5 days ago that Felix Hernandez in Seattle had tied Randy Johnson for that franchise's all-time strikeout leader. Well, he got a strikeout in the first inning today, number 2,163. He is now the all-time franchise leader in Seattle, and still counting, of course, King Felix on top in Seattle. It's a pretty good name to pass, the Randy Johnson, the terrific Randy Johnson.
Absolutely. So he's passed him in strikeouts. He's passed Moyer in innings pitched. 0-1 pitch is fouled away. It's 0-2. He's not going anywhere, so he's going to set the bar pretty high for both
King
of those.
and his court.
The balls and 2 strikes to Scooter Gennett. That one is back toward us. Oh, couldn't see it. It went over the screen, and then it just went dark. I told you, Ben.
That was close.
This is a booth where we can get a foul ball.
It went right off the facade in front of us, didn't it?
It did. It remains 0-2. But if he can get through this 7th inning, Phillies will have plenty left for the 8th and the 9th. Outside, 1-2. He got him, and that is the 2nd strikeout for Hernandez. And Ryan Braun is strolling to the plate.
Oh, he looks excellent tonight.
Yeah, everything is down. His downward plane, the jump on his fastball, he's establishing strikes early.
But he's 0-2, 1-2 on every hitter, seemingly.
That's a nasty pitch right there. Fourth career at bat for Ryan Braun against David Hernandez. To left field. That'll drop for a base hit. Lowe will take it on a hop. 2-out single for Braun. That's his 3rd hit of the night. He'll keep himself among the league leaders in batting average, and if not among the league leaders, he's going to move within the top 5. And now Jonathan Lucroy is coming up. ball and 1 strike to Lucroy.
I don't think Braun's going anywhere at this juncture.
He is not the prolific base stealer that he once was. One ball and 2 strikes. The pitch fouled down the right field line. We'll do it again. Got him. Threw him a fastball right on by him. 2nd strikeout of the inning. 3rd overall for Hernandez. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. We'll go to the 8th with the Phillies up by 3. Baseball is brought to you by your local Ford stores. By Jefferson. Call 800-JEFF now or visit jefferson.edu. And by the Pennsylvania Lottery. Play the new instant game. Escape to Margaritaville. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Top half of the 8th inning. Phillies lead it 7-4. Tyler Thornburg is the new pitcher for the Brewers. Time now for our Hyundai defensive play of the game. He's made a couple of good ones, but this one was pretty special.
You're not going to see a better one than this from the seat of his pants, Tom. Robbing Braun of a single there and an RBI. Maikel Franco doing it all the last couple days, and that is your Hyundai defensive play of the game. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
There's Thornburg, 2-0 with an ERA of 4.26. He will take over for Blazek. 9 strikeouts in 6 of the 3rd, and he will face Freddie Galvis, Maikel Franco. And the pitcher's spot. And Galvis takes inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Chase Anderson started this ball game for the Brewers. He went 4 innings, 8 hits and 6 runs. Phillies starter Charlie Morton went just the first inning. In fact, was injured in the top of the second bunting. 1-1 to Galvis is low, and it's 2-1. Two balls, two strikes. Hinojosa's warming up in the bullpen for the Phils.
Dallier.
That one is back over our heads. Somehow that wound up in the radio booth. Oh no, Larry was just playing with the fans. He had a ball next to him and stood up with it in his hands as if he caught it.
Larry would never do that.
Oh, he just threw it out of the booth. Gave it to a little kid. I'd like to ask how many baseballs they've gotten through today. I mean,
I have to.
Without counting, the number of foul balls has been exorbitant, hasn't it?
Yes.
I have no idea why. And there's ball 4. So Galvis draws a leadoff walk.
That's another perfect example. Thornburg's out there. Thornburg throwing 95. He's throwing 95. Freddie Galvis late on all these pitches, and he throws him an 83-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch,
right,
and he walks them.
Isn't that on the catcher for putting the fingers down?
Well, it's on both of them for agreeing to it. It is.
Well, somebody's got to take responsibility, Ben.
He's throwing 95, and he's late on all of them. Challenge somebody. It's a great at bat by Freddie.
Yeah.
Great at bat.
He got a board, and that was his objective. Bronco with 3 hits tonight, 4 RBIs. He takes inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Let's see what kind of green light he's going to get here. And he takes. It's 3-1. I think he had the green light. He just decided he didn't want to take a hack there. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Out toward right field. It's not deep. Santana comes in and he'll put it away. And there's 1 away. Well, the Phillies get off this road trip. They'll take on the Cleveland Indians. It'll be a 3-game series beginning Friday night at 7:05. 2 night games in a day game. It's StubHub Mother's Appreciation Day on Sunday. The ladies' Infinity Scarf, which you can see right there, for women 15 and older. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. 16 of 19. For the Phillies. The 3 home games that weekend against the Indians. Here's Emmanuel Burris to pinch hit with a runner at first base. And Burris takes a fastball a little low. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Emmanuel Burris has 1 hit so far. hitting .071. Ball, one strike as he fouls it back to the screen.
Doesn't seem like any hitter or any pitcher is in a rush to do anything.
It's
tonight.
amazing that the umpires are allowing it too. Ball and 2 strikes to Burris.
He has no intention of getting back on the rubber.
He has no intention of getting into the batter's box. Swing and a miss, and Burris is struck out. 2 away. And Andres Blanco's coming up. Blanco struck out his only time up. Batting a Darren rough spot, which at one point was the pitcher spot in the order. Blanco cues it off the end of the bat, and it goes foul. So no balls and 1 strike. Around baseball today, we mentioned that the Nationals and the Mets have already won their ball games. Phillies came in 4.5 games out in the National League East. Nationals won 2-0 earlier today. The Mets were able to beat the Braves 8-2. Another soft foul ball, and it's 0-2. Toronto defeated Oakland 9-3. Did you see that they did put in the dirt infield in Toronto?
Yes.
So there's no more just the bases cut out. It looks exactly like Tampa.
A lot more work for the grounds crew.
A little bit. Maybe get an extra rake or 2. Water it down. Runner goes from first. Chopper to second base. Scooter Gennett is up with it, and the side is retired. Phillies go down quietly in their half of the 8th inning. No runs, a walk, 1 man left. Middle of the 8th, 7-4 Phillies. 7-4 as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning here at Miller Park. Dalier Hinojosa is going to be the new pitcher. Well, the bullpen has been used tonight, Murph. I don't know if this is what Pete Mackanin had in mind when he gave the baseball to Charlie Morton to begin the game, but they've done a nice job.
Well, they've been able to work their way through it, and certainly Pete Mackanin will take it. But, you know, part of the conversation that we had with Pete Mackanin today was about the evolution of this bullpen over the first 2.5 weeks of this season. And it was very interesting. He said that he had a conversation with pitching coach Bob McClure about the back end of this bullpen, and Dalier Hinojosa being one of those guys, and also the job that Hector Neris has done, and of course what Jemar Gomez has done working out as the closer at this point. But he said right now he feels very comfortable. They both feel very comfortable putting any one of those three guys in any of those high leverage situations. At this point, Jemar Gomez will come in and close games. But if there's a day where he's not unavailable, or he is unavailable, a guy like Hinojosa or a guy like Hector Neris, they say they feel very comfortable putting those guys in those positions as well, which is interesting because when the season began, it really was a kind of a crapshoot to who was going to try and close these games. But now they feel comfortable with three different guys getting that opportunity late in the game.
Yeah, and Hinojosa, I think, is a guy that, you know, they were a little worried about only because they were throwing his name in the mix as Carter slams one deep to left field. That is a long home run. It's now a 7-5 game. Hinojosa gives up the solo bomb. 5th home run of the year for Chris Carter. 2nd hit of the night. 2nd extra base hit. I mean, that's a long home run. Well over 430 feet over the Brewers bullpen.
Yeah, that was a good one there. I mean, he is a big man, but pretty much a short swing for being that large a human. And that ball goes well out of here.
Here's Santana. And Santana hits one through the hole on the left side, a base hit. So back-to-back hits for the Brewers to start the bottom of the 8th inning. Well, the thing about Hinojosa is that Pete Mackanin one day in spring training said he was leaning toward Hinojosa being the closer, and then the next few outings Hinojosa, he couldn't get anybody out consistently. So they're happy with the fact that he's kind of settled in. That home run aside, he's kind of settled in. So Colin Walsh will be the batter. Walsh is 0 for 2 with a walk. Numbers on Dalier: 7 games, a 2.08 ERA.
They're good numbers. Just the 1 walk, which I love.
Walsh takes outside, 1 ball, no strikes. And now 2-0. Colin Walsh, who was originally drafted by the St. Louis Cardinals in 2010, released by them in 2014. Signed last year by the Oakland A's. And he played in the minor league system for the A's last year. And hit .290 with 4 home runs, 32 runs batted in. On a couple different levels. But was left off their 40-man roster, so the Brewers took him in the Rule 5 draft. Six-year-old. Three balls and no strikes. And ball 4. That puts runners on 1st and 2nd. Well, that trust that Murph talked about with Dalier Hinojosa. Pete may have it long term, but he may not have it in the short term. Let us see who he gets up. It looks like Elvis Araujo is off with the sweatshirt again. Bob McClure is heading out to the mound to talk to Dalier. He's going to use all of the 30 seconds to try to give Dalier, or excuse me, give Elvis Araujo a chance to warm up in the bullpen.
He's going to need some time.
Boy, they just said Chris Carter's home run went 425. They said that Maikel Franco's home run went 425 last night. This one went a level higher. Either way, it was a long home run. All right, so now you've got Alex Presley coming up. I would think Presley's up there to bunt. Yes, no, maybe so.
I would think he's definitely bunting.
Nobody out. Runners on first and second. Aaron Hill is out of the on-deck circle.
Whitey's looking in there for what bunt play?
Franco's in at third. See, Blanco's in at first. Presley is 0 for 3. Has struck out twice and popped out. He is not up there to bunt, and Hinojosa misses low. It's 1-0. It away. It's 1-1. To left field. On the run is low toward the corner, and he gets there and makes the catch. Tagging from second and heading to third is Santana. The throw is not there in time. Boy, what a heck of a play by Lowe to track that ball down.
Excellent play.
Gutsy base running too by Santana.
It is, but one thing it does do, not only that he got to the ball and made the catch to avoid an extra base hit, but it keeps runner on first base to keep that double play in order. Very nice play there by David Lowe.
Yeah, looking at the replay, Lowe did take time to slow himself before making that throw. So now Aaron Hill will pinch it with runners on first and third, a 2-run game. A high fly ball deep to left field. Lowe going back on the track at the wall, makes the catch. Santana will score. It's a 1-run game on a long sac fly by Aaron Hill. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. It's 7-6 Phillies.
That came off the bat like it was going to go, and it really just kind of died out in left
agree
field.
With that.
Ooh, that got my heart going tonight.
I honestly thought that ball was out of the ballpark off the bat.
It was a loud noise, that's for sure, but at the bottom of it.
Hinojosa's night is done. The R due up will face the lefty Elvis Araujo. A pitching change here at Miller Park. The Phillies lead has been whittled down to 1. 7-6. We'll be back and let you know about Elvis's numbers right after this. on with a 1-run lead, and he will face Jonathan Villar. They're moving Villar over to the right side of the plate. Araujo in his 5th ball game already. 3 innings, 3 strikeouts.
I do agree with you with what you said in between innings. You lay down the bunt.
Yeah, the Brewers had a chance with runners on 1st and 2nd to lay down a bunt with Alex Presley. He flied out to left field. That moved the runner over to 3rd. That ball is fouled away by Villar. It's 0-1. I know everybody has a different objective. You know, the old saying is you play for the tie or go for the win at home or on the road. I think in that case, you have to do it dependent on the hitter.
Yes.
The ball's 1 strike to Villar. He's 0 for 3. Walked back in the 3rd. Hits that one as shortstop. Freddie Galvis has it and cleanly goes to 2nd. And the side is retired. So Araujo gets the only batter he needs to here in the 8th inning. We're on to the 9th. The Phils lead it by 1 over the Brewers. His perspective on tonight's game only on Pure Auto Insurance presents Phillies Post Game Live. Hope Tommy gets a chance to talk about another Phillies victory. The lead is to 1 for the Phils. They lead at 7-6. We go to the top of the 9th inning. And the closer for the Brewers, Jeremy Jeffress, is coming on. Get a little work. Keep this at a 1-run deficit. 7 games so far. He has 5 saves and 5 opportunities. He is a hard thrower.
He will rush it up there.
He only had 1 save coming into this season because Frankie Rodriguez was the closer for the Brewers. But they gave him the closer's role and he has run with it. He'll face Carlos Ruiz to start it off. It'll be Ruiz, Tyler Goodell, and David Lowe. Those looking to add to their lead. They lead it by 1. And a line drive base hit it to center field for Ruiz. Well, Carlos has shown a quicker bat this year, hasn't he?
That ball came off hot.
Second hit tonight.
Pitch at 95. Probably went back at 105.
Now if you're Goodell, I would bunt. And I would try to get Carlos into scoring position.
Yeah, the problem is that
I know he doesn't run well. And this is not an easy guy to bunt.
No.
Goodell 2 for 4 tonight with an RBI. And he squares and bunts it back toward the mound. Jeffers is up with it. Ruiz gets the second cleanly, and Goodell nearly beat the throw over to first base. Sacrifice is good. It goes 1-4.
Right back at the pitcher, but he deadened it very well.
Right.
Bunts this ball right out in front of the plate. It's soft dirt. It just trickles out to Jeffers here. Very close.
Wow.
We give Chu some credit too. He was really bouncing off that first base bag, knowing he's not the fastest guy in the world, but able to get to second base.
All right, so now David Lowe with a runner in scoring position. Inside 1-0. 95. Jeffers will run it up there in the mid-90s. He'll go a little above this too.
A little surprised to not see Peter Borges out running at second base.
Now that you mention it.
It's
I know every manager is different when it comes to using the backup catcher.
Yes, but that's a big run out there, especially you have 2, 3, 4 coming up for the Brewers, who have done a lot of damage tonight.
Yep.
That's my only concern. Make this an 8-6 ball game.
Lowe shows bunt, takes outside. It's 2-1. I don't know if he felt like he could bunt for a base hit up the third base line.
Drive him in, David.
Chopper right side. So Scooter Gennett backs up on it. Ruiz goes to third. 4-3 on the putout. And it's left to Cesar Hernandez.
Pick him up. Big run out there.
Off the hands, down the left field line, and foul.
Breaking ball there to 81 miles an hour. Actually got in on the hands of Cesar.
Gomez warming up in the bullpen. Check swing. And it's ball. 2-1. That one was at 96 miles an hour. In the air to left field. Braun was playing in. It's going to be over his head, and it'll go to the base of the wall. Ruiz scores, and Hernandez pulls into second with an RBI double. It is 8-6 Phillies, the first run allowed this year by Jeremy Jeffers.
Such a huge run right there. Jeffers supplies the power. Being a mid-90s hard thrower, Cesar gets himself in a good count and drives it right over the head of Ryan Braun in left field. That is a big run. Oh, it's great carry to it. You're right, Tom. He was playing way in. Big run.
Now Odubel Herrera, who flied out to left his last time up. He's 2 for 3 with 2 walks, 3 runs scored. Takes in the dirt, 1-0, and Lucroy is going to head out to the mound, bring a fresh baseball for Jeffress. I think Jeffress is a little upset by some of the calls by the home plate umpire. He's kind of overthrowing now.
Really hasn't been a wide zone all night. You can understand some of his frustration. Pick him up too, Odubel. Why not?
To center field. On the run is Presley, back toward the wall. It's gone! An opposite field home run for Odubel Herrera, and he's just made this a 10-6 ball game.
Have a night.
Can't believe how that ball carried.
That ball was K-I-L-T, Tom. Kilt.
Second home run of the year for Odubel. He has scored 4 runs tonight and now driven into.
Pick up Caesar and White Hat. You know what? Just drive yourself in.
Well, it looked like he knew it. He had a little bat flip going.
Useful. Nothing but love in that dugout, Tom. That'll send these Brewers fans racing towards the exits. Big contingency of Phillies fans behind the third base dugout.
Yeah.
Great to see. Phillies fans always travel well.
0-1 to Freddie Galvis. This also hits the game out of a save situation. I wonder if they'll have Genmar just sit down.
Let Elvis finish it up.
I know Genmar is warmed up and ready to go, but maybe then can hold him for tomorrow.
He did throw an inning last night.
0-2 pitch coming to Freddie. Chopper back toward the middle. VR behind the bag. Quickly throws it to first, and the side is retired. 6-3 on the putout. The Phillies, though, tack on 3 runs in their half of the 9th inning. It looks like Gomez is coming in with a 4-run lead for the Phils to work with. While talking to Odubel Herrera, if the Phillies can hang on and win this game, he has been the star. He and Maikel Franco tonight. And now Genmar Gomez. This is not a safe situation for a second straight night, but He is on to try to finish this ball game off and give the Phils their 3rd straight victory. And by the way, if they can get the win, they'd be at 9-9. This is the latest, and we're not that late, but the latest that they've been at 500 since May of 2014. May 5th, 2014. The Phillies were 15-15. Baby steps. But they would be at 9-9, but they need 3 more outs. They have to get Jeanette, Braun, and Lucroy. These guys have provided some damage here tonight. Scooter Jeanette is 2 for 4 with a double and a single. Ryan Braun is 3 for 4 with a home run. And Jonathan Lucroy is 2 for 4. Phillies bullpen has surrendered 5 runs tonight. But credit Andrew Bailey, David Hernandez, and Elvis Araujo for some scoreless work out of the pen. First pitch is low, and it's 1-0. Fly ball center field. Odubel Herrera.
What a closer wants to do. I know this isn't a safe situation, but get 3 outs the quickest way you can do it. There's 1 out on 2 pitches. Who's the player of the game?
I'd have to say Herrera.
Yes.
I have to say we've enjoyed watching Franco, but I think Herrera with his 4 runs tonight, he's been on base in each at bat except for the one in the 7th.
Hit a fly ball. He's grounded.
No balls and 2 strikes to Braun. To the dirt, 1-2.
Timely hit by Cesar Hernandez, though. 2-out knock like that just to get them up by 2 runs at the time.
Anybody would have ejected if he had called that strike 3. 2-2.
We do. We have to ask how many balls they went through in this game. Have to.
One of those nights where you could usually text Danny O'Rourke, who rubs up the baseballs back home. He'd give you an idea. We don't have those contacts here. Ben will do a little investigative reporting tomorrow.
Yes, I will.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Have a play again.
Look at that, Tom, a foul ball. Right on cue.
This game is zeroing in on 4 hours old.
Yeah, it is.
Strike 3 calls. And Braun is down looking. And 2 away, and Jonathan Lucroy is coming up.
Good pitch right here. Almost in the same spot he did not get the third strike called earlier in the at-bat.
I actually like the other one. I thought it was a little lower. Here is Lucroy with 2 men down in the bottom of the 9th inning. First pitch from Gomez in there for a strike, a fastball, and it's 0-1. He hasn't really had to do anything else except for throw the fastballs. Gets by Carlos Ruiz. By the way, Odubel Herrera is the first Phillies player since 1900 with 4 or more runs, a home run, and 2 or more stolen bases in a game. It's a productive night.
Oh, he's the player of the game. Maybe.
I think you're putting the cart before the horse here. There,
I would
Ben.
never do that, Tom.
1 ball, 1 strike.
The cart wouldn't go anywhere.
In the dirt, 2-1. That ball got a piece of the home plate umpire, so Ruiz is giving a little courtesy. Over to shortstop. This should do it. Galvis is up with it quickly over to first in time, and the ball game is over. The Phillies have won 3 straight games. They win it tonight by a final score of 10-6, and for the first time since May of 2014, the Phillies are at the 500 mark, thanks to Odubel Herrera, who is our Chevrolet player of the game. 3 for 4, a home run, 2 RBIs, 4 runs scored, 2 walks, 2 stolen bases. If you like numbers, if you like sabermetrics, that is a heck of a night from a sabermetric standpoint.
Just awesome. He's just absolutely awesome. They're WB Mason deliveries of the game. Maikel Franco continuing to do it with the stick. Also had a lot of glove work this evening. Nice to see. And then Odubel Herrera. What a game he had. Drives this ball out to left center off Jeffers for a 2-run homer and give the Phillies a 4-run cushion. And they are your WB Mason deliveries of the game.
Well, nice night for the Phillies. You know, they lost their starting pitcher